Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Karma Summit India. 2020 has meant a year full of disruptions and challenges for all of us. It has laid bare some of the basic vulnerabilities to our life. To say that we are dealing with significant challenges as communities, companies, people, countries, and the world is an understatement. We have seen everything in 2020, right from the lockdowns to the migration of people to economic distress to innovation to scientific discoveries and whole bunch of different things. We are today living in a generation defining times where the decisions we make today will decide the future for us and others for years to come. What has stood out in this time is the motivation and desire to contribute to elevating this crisis. Whether it's companies or individuals, we have all made contributions in our local communities, in our personal and professional networks. There is a strong desire to do good and to connect with the challenges faced across the nation, to understand them better, and where possible to provide a safe haven from hunger and hardship while we await the end of this pandemic. It is at this point that we need to take a step back and ask ourselves some very critical questions about what does it mean to do good today. At different organizations, this has manifested itself across different ways, right from disaster relief work to different charitable donations, product donations, volunteering of both time and expertise in an effort to contain the impact of this pandemic. As we rise to the challenge presented by this pandemic, we must focus our energies on the right conversations. At Goodera, the conversation has always been about doing good better. Whether it's conversation about CSR, whether it's about volunteering, whether it's about sustainability, our focus has been on prioritizing the ability to do good effectively with our technology products and services. Using our tools to enable insights that inform decision making at the highest levels of an organization, we are enabling a data-driven way to do good. Goodera has been a critical part of conversations with our clients, partner NGOs, stakeholders, employee volunteers, and the greater community to continue to provide avenues for doing good. We have redefined strategies, expanded our outreach, and continue to drive channels for new and innovative projects, as well as volunteering and sustainability efforts that drive value for the global community. At Goodera, we have been proud to enable companies and employees to provide charitable donations and volunteering hours across 90 countries globally. As we continue this journey, we welcome you to be part of the dialogue around doing good during the Karma Summit. Over the next 2 days, we aim to bring to you the most pertinent conversations about doing good in India, about the cross-cutting issues we must examine if we are to deal with this crisis effectively. We will examine this pandemic through the lens of different issues ranging from healthcare, technology for good, gender, SDGs, boardroom conversations, partnerships for good, and opportunities in inclusive virtual volunteering. Over the next 2 days, hear from the best of minds and the experts in different domains on what does COVID mean to them, what are the changes in the short term and the long term, what continues to happen, what increases and what decreases in the world of doing good post the pandemic. We'll talk to some of the CSR leaders in this space who have effectively created programs and partnerships that address multiple issues generated by the pandemic. We will learn about their methodologies and the innovations that have happened over the last few months. We will understand how they have completely reoriented their programs to contribute to operate in this pandemic, and most importantly, we will learn about what is the future and what is the vision for doing good in India moving forward. The Karma Summit will also feature the first year of the prestigious Karma Awards, an opportunity for us to recognize and celebrate the good work and meaningful social impact that has been generated during this pandemic. We will take this opportunity to reflect and learn from compassionate individuals and organizations whose altruistic perseverance imparts hope in these dire times. As we come to a close to 2020, let's take this moment to look back on some of the successes of this year and the displays of resilience that underscores our attempts to co-creating a new normal, one where there are opportunities and hope for a brighter future. Welcome everyone to the Karma Summit India. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emily. I am from San Diego, California.
My name is Joshua Edwards. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
My name is Evgenia, and I'm from Russia.
I'm James.
I'm Ruth. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia.
And I'm from Sheffield in the UK.
My name is Dipankar Chakravarti. I am from Guwahati.
I'm German, but I'm currently living in the south of the US.
Enianom, Midindi Georgia, Ote, Ghana.
Cześć, jestem Zuzia i mieszkam w Krakowie, przy pięknym i zabytkowym mieście na południu Polski.
My name is Zach. I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts.
My name is Mawahib. I am from Yemen.
Hello, my name is Jumoke. I am originally from Lagos, Nigeria.
I'm Justin from College Cobb, Connecticut in the USA.
I care about the people and the earth, so sustainable production is something very important to me.
The environment and children's education.
Helping the environment and helping the local community.
Making sure that everyone has access to the resources that they need to survive.
The cause that I care about is equality, not only in the workforce, but also in education.
I'm personally passionate about helping those with mental and physical disabilities.
And Nema Edema Kumasupa, any Nema Efa Iriasia, Etraya Umishia.
For virtual volunteering, I helped a local nonprofit update their website, and they were able to improve their fundraising and support their important work in the community.
And one of my past volunteer experiences was connected with being an entertainer for kids in a hospital.
Dan pengalaman saya volunteer di bidang pendidikan ini, waktu di Indonesia saya mengajar beberapa murid di sekolah dasar mengenai profesi yang saya pilih.
Ostatnio pomogłam mojej koleżance, która miała problem z angielskim. Umówiłyśmy się na Skype i wytłumaczyłam jej kilka rzeczy, pomagając jej zrozumieć.
Through the Asia-America Career Connection, I was able to video chat with kids in a local low-income summer camp and teach them English.
Helping like a local church, clearing weeds from the gravestones and cleaning out the church itself.
Yes, I would definitely volunteer again.
Definitely do it again.
Yes, I would definitely participate in volunteering again.
Dan apakah saya akan melakukannya lagi? Pastinya.
Z ogromną chęcią zrobiłabym to ponownie.
Yes, I will absolutely volunteer again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the next time I volunteer. I absolutely want to do it again.
I will most definitely do online volunteering again.
Zależy mi na wszystkich, na innych ludziach i na naszej przyszłości.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Karma Summit India. We are joined today by Honorable, respected Kailash Satyarthi, who is an internationally acclaimed child rights activist and has been a tireless advocate of children's rights for more than 4 decades now. His interventions are spread across 140 countries in the world in an endeavor to protect children from slavery, trafficking, forced labor, sexual abuse, and all forms of violence. His unrelenting efforts for restoring the rights of the most marginalized and exploited children in the world won him the Nobel Peace Prize in the year 2014. We are extremely honored, delighted, and grateful to have you join us with us, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Sir, I wanted to start our conversation by the most critical topic today of the pandemic. And this has been something which has been a reality for us for the last 8 months. As in, we thought initially it would be a couple of months, and it's just continuing. And though we see the vaccine coming in, there is a lot of long-term effects that has happened for our nation. And these changes across demographics for an impact on men, women, migrants, and especially children have been tremendous. So what is your feedback and inputs around the long-term changes that have been happened and the impact of those?
Thank you. As we know that this is not simply a health crisis, as it has unfolded during last 6, 7, 8 months, we have seen multiple negative effects of this crisis. So pandemic has led to economic crisis in most countries, including in India. It has led to socio-cultural crisis. It has led to psychological issues and problems which many people are facing. It has also led to influx of child labor. We have seen the situation of migrant workers, and now they are still struggling to either settle down in their villages or wanted to go back and resume their previous works. So it has multiple effects. Now, some of the big challenges are that how we are going to ensure retention of children in the schools in their villages, because many parents have lost their traditional livelihood, or they have come back from their workplaces from far-off areas as migrant workers. I'll give you a concrete example that during the last few months, my organization, Bachpan Bachao Andolan, has liberated almost 1,100 children from trafficking, and they were being taken to work as child slaves or child prostitutes and so on. And when I spoke to a few of them personally on telephone, then I found that there was a common saga that they were in school, some of them, and their parents have lost their jobs, and they could not find any source of income in their villages, and they are frightened to go back to big cities. They have faced tremendous trauma, as we know, and that's why they are not willing to go back. A few of them have gone and few of them stayed back home. But if the children are forced to leave schools and forced to go to find some work, that is quite serious. And that is one example, but you can find examples everywhere. I've also come across many known people in the families, even some staff members in my own organization, that they are not able to perform because they are feeling depression, they are feeling loneliness, their anxieties or their other socio-psychological issues have been exacerbated. So there's another aspect, and we have to address those things in totality.
Got it, sir. And so as you mentioned, across the different spectrums of society, right from livelihood issues to wellness issues across the board, what would be your recommendations to our clients and partners on the actions that they can take through either their CSR funds or through their employee volunteers, as to mitigate some of these risks and crises that are there?
I was hoping that since we are fighting a common enemy, this world will feel mutual responsibilities and interconnectedness. We keep on talking that the world is interconnected, and that is true also, physically, socially, now technologically. But when it comes to universalization of responsibility, it is not there. And that we have seen in the allocation of COVID response funds. I have said several times that over $8 trillion have been announced by the wealthier countries as the COVID response fund for rescuing their own industries, their own banking system, and their own people from this situation. But only 0.13% of it has been allocated for the marginalized people in the developing countries, the low-income countries. So this shows a serious injustice. Justices were already there, but the situation of pandemic has exposed and exacerbated that. So we, first of all, we have to feel that the sense of belongingness and sense of mutual responsibility as a nation, India. And then we have to find the solution on the basis of that. And that begins with ensuring that the children should retain in schools, and what kind of interventions could be made to ensure that those who are not attending school today, they should not be dropped out and they should go back to their classrooms. How to engage communities, how to engage the Panchayati Raj people and the local educational institutions and the departments, teachers, etc., to keep that interest alive. So that is about the children. We have to also see that the social protection programs, which were already there, if some of them were there and some of them have been announced by the government, they are in place and they are properly executed and implemented on the ground, because there's a big gap when some announcement is made from the top by the minister or by the prime minister. It does not reach out to the communities easily. So many people can help in it, in collecting information and data and distributing it and sending it to the appropriate authorities and so on. So they can play an important role. But from CSR, we have to see that first of all, it's not about the money. First of all, that companies must make sure that no child is involved in their supply chain. If they are using children in supply chain and getting out some crores of rupees or lakhs of rupees as CSR fund and giving to education or some welfare activity, this is not really justified. And that so they have to make sure that in their own production systems, if they are industries like that, children must not be used in the supply chain. So they can do their own due diligence while putting orders of any kind of production or supply to anyone. So that is another possibility. People can also take a pledge that they are not going to use domestic child labor in their homes, though it's illegal, but it's also immoral. And in this situation, they should also feel that they can give jobs in place of a child to an adult. If an adult family member of that child gets job, it would be good for everyone. So some of the decisions could be taken, but in the free time, people can do some voluntary work in educating the people. Like in my own ashram, my daughter, who worked with Goodera in the past, she is not in Mumbai because of this pandemic situation, so she is in ashram. And first thing she found that there is a need of English and mathematics education to those boys who are in high schools or those who are aiming at joining engineering or other courses. So things like that could be needed in many organizations or many institutions in India, or childcare homes. So through online support, such things could be provided easily.
No, absolutely. So in fact, so one is the education piece, but just, for the children, just getting exposure and talking to someone, who has seen different career paths and, has seen the world much more, just inspires them so much in today's time. And, it's great to see the, small initiatives that are also happening at your ashram, other than, all the other work that has been happening. And coming to that point around education and overall access, I think what COVID has pushed through a change is that all access has been now made digital, which potentially in the longer term is good, but in the short term it creates a lot of lack of access, because a lot of people don't have access to digital infrastructure. So how are you seeing this pan out, and what are the potential solutions to solving this? Because it is the difference between haves and the have-nots is just increasing tremendously because of the digital divide.
Yes, this is really very unfortunate and equally challenging. And it is the sole responsibility of any state. The government has to ensure that this divide should not continue. I would say this is injustice that should not continue, because if we have to create a just and equitable society, then it nowadays, in the new norm of digitalization, it should start from the bottom. In every village, there should be the online access to education for every child. So that work has to be done, but that is the big thing. Your clients can definitely identify certain places, the cluster of villages, where they can, with the help of local authorities or local panchayat people or local NGOs, they can gather information that how many children are deprived of online education and what is the reason. Sometimes there is no Wi-Fi or data provider. Sometimes we feel that the children don't have gadgets, the smartphones or anything. We can also think then that in the community places like Panchayat Bhavan or in schools, some computers as well as some dongle and other kind of facilities could be provided, and that is not so expensive, but that is very much possible. Your clients can definitely do. Once the vaccine comes, then the bigger thing would be the distribution of vaccines. So they can also play an important role as volunteers, as well as they can take up the challenges in their own corporation or in their companies to ensure that this is distributed. There could be some subsidy in the vaccines when it comes, so they can provide additional subsidy so that the last person of society in the village in India is having a vaccine. Otherwise, there would be another very, very serious divide of access to or the reaching out to the last person.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, and maybe we need to plan significantly well in advance, given the scale and complexity of the situation in India. I think, so there's a digital divide, but there'll be a vaccine divide, which might actually
very big challenge, which is definitely going to come. And that's why we have taken an initiative, me and my friends, and 88 Nobel laureates and other world leaders joined hands in demanding that there should be fair share for children. There's a campaign going on, which we have initiated along with the student groups across the world, some of the major student unions and teachers unions, and the parliamentary union, interparliamentary union. So we came together with all these key stakeholders and launched this campaign that there should be fair share. So 20% of the COVID-19 response fund should be allocated to 20% most marginalized people in the world, most marginalized children in the world, in fact. So that is the part of the campaign, and that is not only for allocation of appropriate funds for their education, health, and other well-being, but we have simultaneously demanded that this vaccine should be a common public good, and the governments have to make sure that it reaches out to the poorest people.
Yes, and I think the interesting thing from a vaccine perspective is that everyone would want everyone to get vaccinated to get value for everyone. So I think potentially it could be a lot of drivers to make it very democratic and much more evenly distributed than anything else. So this, if done right, it can actually set an example for distribution of a lot of other public goods as well.
India can do it, definitely. India has that potential because India Inc. in itself is a powerful, powerful sector. And I'm sure that they are much more compassionate than many other places in the world, coming from the Indian values and the family value system. So though the traditional philanthropic work is less in comparison to other countries, but definitely if they really want, they can take it up as a challenge and deliver it on it. So that is one. India has such a huge infrastructure of NGOs, civil society network. We have such a huge infrastructure of the religious or faith institutions. You can find a religious place, temple or mosque or church in every next gully. So if they are sensitive and they take responsibility, they can also be very helpful. So those untapped, potentials could also be channelized for the even distribution of this, but also for other challenges which will come due to this socio-cultural and economic crisis. Health crisis would be over, but these crises will still remain.
Just adding to that point, and the first thing that happened was just more of disaster relief, which, as you rightly mentioned, the first thing was a health crisis, but this is significantly more. And maybe the health crisis is short term, whereas the other crises are relatively more medium to long term, right from well-being to livelihoods. So what are some of these things, the second, third order effects, which might potentially come? And I'm asking this because, from a corporate CSR strategy perspective, what should be this is a time when companies are figuring out their 2021 plans of where should they invest in. So what are some of these key areas where the CSR funds would be most meaningful?
I would say the unemployment would be a very serious issue, and the rural unemployment as well. So, and we have to see that how the innovative ways and means could be evolved to give back the traditional employment in the villages, but also other kind of skills which are useful for a decent livelihood. So some people can work on it, and I know even in the past, before pandemic, there were a lot of young people who are devoting their skills and time, and more importantly, their passion to revive some of the traditional livelihood systems, as well as to create new things in the villages. So it is not just the employment, but also employability, which they have tried to enhance, and that was very helpful. But there should be a massive, I would say, a mass movement to revive employments and employability. But I will go back to the school thing, the education thing. That a lot of efforts have to be made to ensure education and make sure that the laws related to protection of children are in place and they are implemented. One can definitely help in ensuring the rehabilitation of children, education and training of those children who would be freed from child labor, slavery and trafficking. Because as I said before, that Now we can see that larger number of children are supposed to join the workforce, or they could be trafficked. So for their protection, their rehabilitation is equally important. Then in awareness building in the villages, one can put some resources in it, and that would be helpful.
Got it, sir. So you are an inspiration to a lot of young people, and also a lot of young professionals nowadays. Right from the day they start working and earning some part of livelihood, they want to contribute in some way of doing good. And the pandemic has just triggered a lot of humanity in humans, is something which you had used last time, which I'll quote. So what is your message to young professionals on what they can do in getting the world out of the pandemic and the crisis?
I would particularly say something for Indian young professionals. They are, I would say, the brightest among the bright, and they have tremendous deep-rooted value in them. And that value is of compassion. The value is of sharing responsibility and caring for others. That comes from the culture, that comes from the family. In most cases, I'm not saying every case, but most cases.
Yeah.
So if they can combine their professional outlook towards life and their skills, along with those values of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the global familyhood, then they can definitely emerge as the lamps and lights in this darkness of crisis. They can definitely do it. Whenever I meet these young people, I have big love and respect for them, big adore for them. I have seen and interacted with many. So they can dream big. They can discover the inner power and outside opportunities, but they can also do something so that the society becomes more just and sustainable and peaceful. They can play a bigger role than just building their own careers and their own fortune. They can do bigger things. So if they are going to dream for themselves, if they start dreaming for the betterment of the entire nation and the entire world, they would emerge as the leader.
So we have just 1 or 2 minutes. I know you have to go to another session. Just one last thing would be your message to Team Goodera, and I think it's coming also, very personally. We would love to, get inspired and get your thoughts on. We are also a very young team trying to do, something meaningful, and using technology for that would be great to get your words for Team Goodera.
I express my best wishes and the good luck for the future. But as far as I know, you have a team of brightest and wonderful people, and the technology combined with compassion can help in creating a better India. Don't wait for the champions and leaders to come and rescue India from this situation. You have that champion and leader inside you. You have come with certain objective for making society a better place. And since you are here with the tremendous technological know-how, but with a very strong passion for society, this combined can definitely solve many problems. So make sure that you are a problem solver, and there's no problem born without the solution in its boom. India may be a country of hundreds of problems, but India is a land of millions of solutions, and you are those solutions.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time and blessings.
So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Karma Summit India. My name is Nachiket. I'm working currently at the Tire Trust and in the Assessment and Impact Measurement Department. Thank you for joining us today to discuss a topic that is extremely important and relevant, especially as we continue to battle against COVID-19. Today's panel discussion talks about how the Indian private sector has adopted and contributed towards achieving the SDGs, which we have a goal of achieving till 2030. Our esteemed panelists shall deliberate on the challenges, impact, and opportunities for corporates in achieving the SDGs by 2030 in the wake of COVID-19, especially in the Indian context. To get started, I would like to introduce you all to our panelists, starting with Rumi Malik Mitra, who is the leader for strategy and new initiatives at IBM India, South Asia. Rumi, if you could please share some introduction about yourself in a brief manner.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. I have been in IBM for about 4 years now. In my current role, I am responsible for initiating new programs for new global programs in India, as well as building strategies to scale and impact. In my previous role at IBM, I was for putting the portfolio of program that can respond to the 2% CSR requirement in the country. A large part of the focus was on skills and education, and I'm very proud to be a part of the team that put together some of our most impactful programs till date, namely the STEM for Girls program and various others. Previously, I have, for the past almost 18 years, I have worked primarily in the confluence between technology and social development, with a lot of work around diversity and inclusion. Most of my work has been in the area of trying to find synergy between the business priorities of companies and their social impact interest and focus areas. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Excited to have you with us today, Rumi. Thank you so much. We are also joined by Sasidhar Vempala, who heads the communications and sustainability for Pernod Ricard India. Sasidhar, if you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Nachiket. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel and more about other than the designation. I look at communications, CSR and sustainability for Pernod Ricard India. My 10th year in Pernod Ricard India, and Ricard India believes in creating shared value, and that's something which I enjoy doing more. We focus a lot on working together with the communities near our 28 units which we have here, and communities in India have a whole lot of relationship with the families and the units which are there, and that's exactly where we talk about creating shared value. So we will talk more about our programs during the course of the panel. And also being a wildlife photographer and a documentary filmmaker and a conservationist, working with communities is very, very core. Also with communities which are in the fringes of forests and protected areas.
Thank you so much, Sasidhar. Delighted to have you with us. And I've seen some of your photographs and documentaries. They are really exciting.
Thank you. Thank you.
So to start with the panel discussion, now in September 2015, as we all know, the UN General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for SDGs, and it includes 17 goals. It has been widely noted that currently the world is falling behind in its efforts to achieve these SDGs. And the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the gap further by setting us back in our journey towards this achievement. This has presented us with new challenges and has prompted the Indian private sector to rethink their CSR strategies. So at the outset, Rumi, we would like to understand how IBM has adopted the SDGs, and are there any particular SDGs that resonate with your company at a global level and at the Indian context?
Sure. Thank you, Nachiket. So as you're all aware, IBM is a fairly old company. We are 109-year-old today, and we have transformed over the years. But our commitment to global service and sustainability date back to more than 5 decades. And this commitment has been a public commitment for us in terms of aligning to the larger global agendas. And this has also aligned the company towards its responsibility to its stakeholders and the communities that we serve. We do have a very long history of engagement with the communities where we operate, as well as globally societies around the world. Globally, we do share the priorities of social advancement that is outlined in the 17 SDGs. And we endorse primarily the strategy of partnership that the SDG has called out for. Because like in our business strategy, we believe that collaboration has to be a critical element in engaging in addressing a large part of the social challenges that are here today. So all our effort, a lot of our IBM's effort towards the SDG goals have been in around the areas of the environmental programs, the supply chain management practices, of course, corporate social responsibility, as well as diversity and inclusion, and in the way we create our products and services, etc. So as a business, we apply technology to a wide range of business and social challenges. And we use our innovation and technology capacities and expertise to also engage around across all the SDGs, 17 SDG goals. For example, we have been using cloud and artificial intelligence and blockchain to devise innovative solutions in healthcare, in education, in agriculture, in environmental conservation, and much more. And we, of course, work very closely with social organizations, government, and as well as our client in creating many of this solution. So at a global level, as a company, we align to all the 17 SDGs across the board in the way that we create our products and services, the supply chain that we manage, how we engage with our stakeholders and clients in our environmental action, in our CSR action. In India specifically, as a multinational, all of these, of course, find their place in the way that we operate in the country. But if I have to see it from a CSR perspective, we are strongly aligned to the SDGs around quality education, gender equality, as well as reducing inequalities. A large part of our programs in CSR, which is also aligned to a very strong shared value creation within the company, really address these challenges at a country level.
Thank you so much, Rumi. This is really helpful. And Cecil, coming to you, Pernod Ricard has adopted reporting its CSR programs consistent with the SDGs that they pertain to. Now, how does Pernod Ricard's strategy align with the SDGs? And can you briefly tell us what was the thought process? What were the learnings in doing this exercise? Because it seems as a complex exercise when you're aligning yourself to the SDGs.
Thank you, Nachiket. So Pernod Ricard is a French global leader in wine and spirits, and extremely committed to sustainable production. Because core to our product is grain, and grain is core to farms and communities. And that's exactly why nurturing terroir and responsible consumption and production are one of the core pillars for Pernod Ricard as a group. And that's why, in our commitment to being sustainable in the way we operate, we adopted looking at the SDGs much earlier. And, it's not just in terms of aligning to the SDGs. It was important that we understand how SDGs are reported at a global level, at an India level, how is India a signatory? And that's exactly why with Pernod, we looked at all the SDGs and the indicators which we can impact our communities, and that is why we reported SDG-wise last year. Even this year, we're doing the same, and with a very strong belief in creating shared value, and with a campaign which says that we don't want to leave anyone behind, leaving no one behind. Our social impact footprint extends across 24 plant locations covering 659 villages with 52 programs across 19 states. That's the footprint. And that's mapped across key community transformation programs touching close to 900,000 people in these 19 states. We do target 9 core goals, which is SDG 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 15, and also SDG 9 is core in our incubator, our social impact incubator. And because of the interlinkages of SDGs, of course, you go beyond the 6, beyond the 9 into 6 more. And it was important that we all realized that India was about 112 in the global ranking last year, and we're still slipping. And for corporates in India, it was important for us to align, target, and articulate how the company is contributing to India's progress on the SDGs, and that's exactly what we attempt to do every year. And we also state by target, sub-indicator, focus on the calculation, so that the entire theory of change which we wish to create has this entire SDG outlook ingrained into it. So in the core sectors, we have a program called Water, Agriculture, Livelihood Wall, which aims at fostering water resilience, promoting sustainable production, natural resource management, and securing livelihoods and empowering about 110,000 community members across the states. And of course, healthcare, which is SDG 3, which is a very core SDG for the country itself. We have a healthcare mission to provide access to primary and preventive healthcare at the doorstep of the people who do not have access to it, which is essentially the urban, rural, and the rural India. And we reach about 450,000 people in this. And of course, there are programs in quality education, skilled and diverse workforce focus, and of course, we have an incubator which is helping women get more empowered in contributing to the SDG growth of the country itself as entrepreneurs, as social entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shashidhar. This is really interesting because the kind of programs that you have and the kind of footprint that Pernod Ricard is able to manage, it's very difficult to align with the SDGs, first of all, and stay, I'll just repeat this, stay aligned to the SDGs and also manage to do it in a very intensive manner, because you are doing doorstep deliveries, you're doing quality education at the community level, and to do it so intensively and to align with the SDGs is very difficult. So thank you so much for detailing it out. So Rumi, coming back to you, to understand, so you said that your organization is aligned to the SDGs, but when you started with this entire process, were there any challenges in communicating the SDGs in your organization and getting all the internal stakeholders aligned to the goals? Do you find that it has somehow permeated through the entire organization, this process of aligning with the SDGs?
So Nachiket, like I mentioned before, we have been aligned to the idea of being relevant for the world, for the globe, for a long time. So in terms of an alignment, it is almost akin to the alignment to company value. So the values that we stand for as a company is trust and responsibility. Hence, all the goals align within the company in the way that we function, and all stakeholders align to those broad goals. So it very much permeates the organization. It's the way that we operate. It's the way that we work. It aligns, or it sort of goes very well with the culture and the values that we represent, and of course with the strategy and our operating model, and of course it links to the way that we stand as a brand, as well as how we engage with the various stakeholders on ground. So from a communication perspective, even if the communication around SDG reporting is maybe led by an environment team or a CSR team, the action on ground is led by all the businesses and functions across the board. So We are a multinational, so we work as a combined effort of our global teams and our local teams across all the functions, whether it is business, whether it is research, environment, CSR, support functions, HR, etc. And because the goals are anyway so huge, and it's of course, as we all know, it's interdependent. So it's not possible for one function to be able to address one goal or a few goals in the way and the scale in which we want to operate. So let me give you a couple of examples here. In terms of services and products, for example, we value innovation and innovation that matters to our company, to our clients, and we often apply our innovation capabilities and expertise to solve large-scale societal and environmental problems. In terms of the way that we do things, we help our clients to conserve natural resources, reduce their environmental impacts associated with their operations, help them to make informed decisions to drive improved sustainability. We also globally work with water agencies to monitor and manage environmental stresses. We work with city councils to increase their accuracy of pollution forecasting. We work with property managers to help them conserve energy in buildings, with farmers to improve crop yield and food security. So all of the environmental benefits that results from our investment in this technology and solution perhaps far exceeds the benefit that we as a company are investing in terms of our own environmental impact. And that's the way we see how we impact on ground. So we do align with and make sure that our leadership and in our efforts is able to address across 7 key SDGs, if I can remember, which includes zero hunger, good health and well-being, sustainable cities, climate action, amongst others. If we look at the way that we operate from a technology perspective, the way we have been using our technologies is, for example, blockchain. For example, we have been playing an active role in helping in different organizations work towards food security, in government working towards food security, improve nutrition practices with the use of better data in the food supply chain. Our cognitive solutions have been supporting clinical practitioners in healthcare to have better detection of the health challenges. We have an initiative called the IBM Green Horizon that is also supporting a global shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy. This is over and above what we do as a company in terms of reducing our own footprint, carbon footprint, using more renewable energy. Over 47% of our energy consumption is via renewable energy today. In terms of what we do for workforce diversity and inclusion, these are very much strongly aligned to SDG 5 and SDG 10, which is again progressing women in technology and in careers. We have been one of the founders of the Impact 2030, which is, as you know, a global coalition for private sector collaboration. Now, these are, again, as a business, how we address the need on ground, making sure that all our activities, be it business or beyond, is able to really align and address the UN SDG goals. In terms of the way, as I mentioned, in an environment, I've already given that example, and we report out on all of these parameters as a part of our SDG reporting. In CSR, for example, we use both our talent, technology, and people to be able to solve larger problems on ground, whether it is with education or skills development initiative. And I'll give you more examples when I talk more about what we do in India, as well as the larger focus. A strong alignment and reporting out here is aligned to the parameters that SDG calls for in education, in creating a stronger, sort of pipeline of workforce that are able to cope with the future, to cope with the digital economy. So from coming back to the question that you raised, from a communication perspective, we don't face a challenge as such, because most of our business leaders are strongly aligned to the way we operate aligned to the culture, aligned to the value programs on ground. We also have a strong leadership team that drives most of those actions, whether it is what we do directly with the communities through our CSR effort, or what we do as an environmental function, or how we impact through our products, services, technologies, etc.
Thank you, Romi. So, just to ask or elaborate on this aspect, I would like to continue on the same aspect. And Romi, this question is to you. So, leaders across organizations face a dilemma of prioritizing and actively working towards SDGs while continuing to create value for their stakeholders and customers. So how does one ensure a balance between the two, and how has this transform in your organization?
Sure. So in our sense, there is a strong understanding amongst leaders at IBM that commitment to sustainable development and that position impacts all our stakeholders. So that is given, and it is compatible and it is interdependent. So taking a step back, when we talk about SDGs, we understand that it is about lack of development in certain areas, whether it is SDG 1, 2, 3, or 4, which means it limits the potential of what you can do in an emerging market. Hence, there are potential risks. So this is understood by most businesses. So addressing this risk makes good business sense. And I think this is the core of that understanding that we have. So when we operate better, we are able to respond to the stakeholders' need better in these regions. We are able to really have a large-scale impact on ground. So in terms of alignment, or in terms of business versus, it's not a versus scenario. So we understand that as a company, we stand to gain if we are working with more resilient communities, if we are if you're working with a educated, healthy population that supports a workforce. So we believe in driving progress towards those outcomes and creating that shared value. And this is how it sort of translates between, across the business. For example, when we look at the CSR function, we help work towards the progress of those identified goals and the relevant issues in each geography. Again, as a single company, we cannot solve all of these problems. So for us, it is necessary to have collaborations as a main enabler for successfully addressing many of these goals that we have taken up, whether it is with the government, civil society, and others. So let me give you an example from our work in education. IBM partners with experts and public and private sector to help people worldwide build skills that are required, the relevancy, or may not have a degree. And these skills, because we know in the future 90% of the jobs are going to be. Now, our programs are designed to have a very broad, long-lasting impact to improve access, inclusion, and quality in education. So PTech, for example, or Pathways to Technology, is a global education model that we had initiated more than 8 years ago that focuses on STEM skills building, which is integrating secondary school with college, with workplace experiences. So we have partnerships around the world between educators, industries. More than 500 companies partner with us in this program alone across the globe that then support students with the skills and the degree that is required, skills enhancement that is required. And students are paired with mentors who participate in workplace site visits, there are paid internship, and there is a guaranteed job interview with the industry. So this is a way that we try to create a shared value mode, not only in the way that we use a program called Open PTech, which provides online learning in industry-relevant emerging technology skills and professional development. Now, specifically, this has been designed for students who are in high school and in post-secondary education, because as I mentioned, that not everybody may have an access to a classroom. And in the current scenario, what is most relevant is to make sure that there is a continuity in learning. In fact, during the COVID time, this program called Open PTech was one of the programs that we led to make sure that we can help students across the globe to continue their learning online, to be associated with mentors, to be associated with supporters who can help progress their learning on these technologies. We also have a program called Skills Build, which is global, which is also in India, that partners with the government and reskills people who are looking at entering the workforce. It focuses on veterans, it focuses on refugees, it focuses on adults who have left education and are planning to come back to careers. We offer extensive number of apprenticeship for students across the globe. Across all of these programs, we touch millions of students in globally. So all of these are again very aligned to, as a company, what we stand for. Our biggest resource is our biggest asset is our people. And we look at investing in making sure that the youth of tomorrow is able to have the necessary skills that is required to cope with the future, to make sure that they are able to really get into sustainable livelihood as we move forward with very fast changing economy and technology and the digital workplace that is coming up.
That's really great. I mean, the work and the intensity and the diversity of participants in these programs is really nice. You have a diverse set of people with whom you're working currently, and that's really encouraging for every other organization to understand these programs in detail. Coming to you, Shashidhar, so regarding the stakeholders, so how can companies, or how has your organization ensure the participation of and collective effort from employees in achieving your company's SDGs? And what footprint or what model would you recommend to other organizations as well?
Sure, Nachiket. So SDGs, as I say, cannot be achieved by corporates or countries. And, by countries, I mean governments itself. What is key is responsible citizenship. That's key towards sustainable behavior, and that needs to be imbibed. And that's exactly where the understanding of the word sustainability itself is very, very important. Many people today talk about sustainable behaviors, but people do not understand that. SDGs are even further. They do not even understand SDGs. I mean, even if you look at SDG 4, if you look at the Niti Aayog report, it talks of two clear aspects which are needed in the education system today. SDG 4C is about the requirement of skilled teachers. When we talk and work with the Niti Aayog or get to any of the aspirational districts and try and study them, they do not need school buildings, but there are people who build schools there. Even the government officials will ask you for more schools, but that's not the need gap there. The need is for skilled teachers. If you have skilled teachers, you can impart education under a banyan tree also. Okay, so that's the understanding of SDGs. And that's where I come in on employees needing to understand, what sustainability is and what is needed to be done. Because what is needed to be done is not clear to a lot of people. There are campaigns on Save the Tiger. You like a picture on social media or you share pictures of tigers. Tigers don't get saved like that. This is the easiest example I could give. And that's exactly why the ecological footprint by each person who's also an employee of a corporate is needed to be understood by them in terms of the damage which they are creating. Statistics say that 94% of the things we buy turns into waste within 6 months. Our daily normal water footprint, we don't know. Many people do not realize that a kilo of meat is upwards of 4,000 liters of water, whereas a kilo of vegetable is less than 100 liters of water. That's a simple comparison. So the food we eat, traceability of foods, many aspects of which are core to the lives of employees. And that's exactly where I say that the sphere of influence for corporates are its employees itself and of course communities. Communities we can connect with CSR, but employees need to be educated with greater inclusion programs and to make them understand the world of sustainability in the everyday context and also the larger collective context. For example, we have a lot of programs on water, agriculture, livelihood with communities. I think it is important for employees to understand why these programs are being chosen by us, because if you again get back to understanding the India needs state, these communities are living at a disposable income which is below the poverty line, $1.9 a day. Um, the goal is to bring them above the line by giving them skills so that they remain at their base locations, which is the farms and the villages, and do not migrate to cities, which are obviously overburdened. There is not adequate jobs, and that puts a cyclical pressure on everything. So you need to help them get sustainable in their, originated places itself, so that they remain there. And that is where you get into sustainable agriculture practices, which is good for them, good for the planet, lesser pressure on the entire ecosystem. And this is the easiest way I could articulate how employees need to understand. And that's where inclusion, we take all our employees into the programs which we have. They become part of these community management programs. Even our employee volunteering program are not one-day programs. If you're working with disabled, it is employees creating a structured intervention, trying to teach them skills so that they become people of value and are employed by organizations basis the skills they acquire with the help of our employees. So that's the kind of inclusion we tell them, and that program also tells them the importance of a particular SDG and the things we do. So that's the approach, and that's the way I think we can get greater inclusion and awareness and adoption of SDGs within the organization at an employee level as well.
Very interesting example, Shashidhar, and that's a really nice thing to know. Now, coming back to the impact of COVID-19 now, because that's a burning issue and we have been living with COVID-19 for the better part of this year. It has presented several challenges, not just in the healthcare, but employability has been affected and unemployment rates have risen to almost 24% in India. So how did the impact of COVID-19 has affected your CSR priorities, and how are you re-examining them? How has your organization adapted to this change? Are there any strategic realignments that need to be done, that you already done or needed to be done in the future? So Shashidhar, coming to you first, what kind of impact did the call to action on COVID-19 have on your company's investment that correspond to the SDGs, if any?
So Nachiket, not much has changed because COVID-19 has forced everyone to relook at the way things were previously being done and find opportunities to overcome this short-term challenge. And I'll call it short-term. And the basic need to deliver towards social impact remained. What was needed was to reconfigure how we were delivering, how we needed to deliver the outcomes which we set out to. What we did or took time rather was only to recalibrate wherever necessary to deliver on the targeted outcomes. Now, what apart from immediate reinstatement of efforts was also to strategize a long-term strategy to mitigate the pandemic impact. If you look at three important things which have happened during the pandemic is the migrant crisis or the loss of livelihoods. A lot of people have lost jobs, and in the future there are certain jobs which are impacted. Healthcare systems. COVID itself has put huge pressure on our healthcare system, and it will have a further impact on the other aspects of healthcare, especially child and senior citizens. Senior citizens are 9% of the population, and 50% of them is poor. And with COVID, a lot of healthcare systems have been impacted. Number three, education. We've been talking about it in the panel. One of the most impacted stages. So livelihoods, healthcare, and education, these particular SDGs related to these three sectors will definitely have a very long-term impact. And that's the COVID effect, which will remain. And it's important that we keep sight of all our planned activities, like our programs with water, agriculture, and livelihood, helping communities to increase their disposable incomes, with sustainable businesses of non-businesses in non-timber forest produce, ensure nutrition with vegetable plots, nutrition gardens. All these are sustainable long-term agri-allied programs which cannot have a COVID impact on them. And these are the ways we've always been looking at it, so that you're future ready, and there are no effects of COVID, etc., on your sustainability or the sustainability of the programs itself. And most of the other programs, skill development, training, all that, have moved on, but from a virtual world aspect, which will still have an impact on the outcome of people getting jobs. So that's an aspect which we do not have a solution as yet, because that's impacted. But COVID per se, we've always looked at looking at long-term sustainable outcome-based change creation programs there. So not much has changed for us.
Rumi, coming to you, so what do you think are the most important next steps for Indian corporates to counter this impact? So, for example, Shashidhar mentioned about skills and the employability aspects, which might be a real problem coming, which we will face, everyone will face in the near future. So what do you think, how do you counter these aspects on the SDGs agenda for 2030? Will this have a severe impact, and how do you counter them?
Sure. So Nachiket, in addition to what Shashidhar already mentioned, if you look at the COVID period and SDGs or all other broader goals that we work on, the COVID period can be looked at as the coping period, which was February, March, when COVID happened, and we all were shocked, and we were trying to see really how do you cope with current operations, business, and your social impact and environmental impact, etc. The second phase was a continuity. So you're looking at what are the ways that you can continue doing what you were doing, and then we believe that there is an acceleration phase, which is how do you then innovate to accelerate what you are doing and making sure that they have the necessary impact and continue to have the impact on ground. So these three stages are where I think organizations try to look at various strategies to address and to continue to be committed to the goals that they have set out to do. Business priorities aside, because many businesses, and we have an advantage in terms of a digital business, that it helped to cope very fast, very quickly, transform, innovate, and continue to address the needs of clients and stakeholders. It also created a lot of new opportunities. The same also applied for the way that we were looking at our social impact, social and environmental impact, because it did give rise to a lot of opportunities to innovate. And I believe if we have to look at, going forward, what do companies need to do, then one of the important aspects of this is keeping an eye on innovation potential and look at where innovation can play a role in re-engineering your current processes to make sure that you're able to cope. I quite agree that we all would like to believe that this is a brief period, and this is a period that will help us create, innovate, and continue to address the larger goals that we have set out to do. This is also the period where you don't, if I have to answer that question again that you asked, Shashidhar, before, which is, did anything change? I would say from a social impact perspective, nothing much changed, because we did align and continue to commit, go forward with our committed goals. So where we had programs, we didn't really have to or didn't need to cut down or say, well, we'll stop doing this and we will now start doing this. We didn't really have to do that. Although a large part of our portfolio included classroom interaction at a deep level. It requires us to have a face-to-face interactions with our users, with our students, with our teachers and others. So we innovated to see how digital platforms and improving access and improving delivery models can help us continue to do what we were doing before, and perhaps even accelerate because this was an opportunity where you can actually bring in new beneficiaries into the fold and support their progress going forward. The second thing is, what is important is that it is very important to communicate effectively. And I say that because in the COVID period, there was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of, oh God, what's going to happen now? Or what is happening here? Or what are companies doing? What is government doing? It is very important that you're able to really build a very strong internal and external communication to make sure that your stakeholders are aware, whether it is your employees internally, because they're a very important stakeholders that a company stands for, or your clients, or your CSR partners, or the government stakeholders externally. So here, if you want to look at how do we move better, how do we do better, then this is one area that I think companies and everybody needs to continue that focus on, which is having the right communication in place to be able to communicate what we are doing, what is the work, what is the impact, what is the change in the strategy, what is the reengineering, etc., effectively to all stakeholders. And the third, I think, is, which I've already mentioned before, which is working. You don't really need to say that I'm depending on the government to solve the challenges and then we will look at what we can do next. You can't really depend on that. I think the right way to move forward is to constantly look at ways to support, collaborate, and figure out ways where if governments or agencies are facing challenges, where is it that as a business, as a function, you can support them, which then could have a more positive impact on ground. So whether it is your chosen impact areas and SDG areas of work, or in a COVID scenario, we all went beyond that. You see, where is it that with our expertise as an industry, we can help to build stronger systems and processes and platforms in place for the government to work better. So I would say, when we look at what are the things that one can work on, what one can improve on, one can continue to do, in my mind, these are the three top things that everybody, whether it is companies or not-for-profits or all social impact organizations, could look at aligning with or work towards to make sure that it really, a scenario like COVID doesn't really have a negative impact on the SDG goals or the larger development goals that we have all committed to align with and continue to progress.
Thank you so much, because these learnings are going to be useful because we never know what will the future be like. So Sashida, just like Rumi highlighted some of the key aspects or some of the key learnings, what their organization has adapted, would you like to highlight some of the key learnings or the key innovations or changes that your organization has already done in the past few months and will continue to do this to improvise upon delivering the programs in the COVID context?
So as I was saying, Nachiket, nothing much has changed. And as Rumi was talking about innovation, I also believe that it's very critical. We also have an incubator, one with Triple IT Hyderabad, and the other one is with the IIM, Calcutta Innovation Park. And both our incubators are focused towards empowering women itself in the social entrepreneurship space. And the tech incubator with Triple IT focuses exclusively on incubating innovation. So that's one start of it. But when we look at learnings, one of the key learnings for all of us would remain that it is very important not to lose focus of the SDGs and the outcomes and the targets we set out for our programs, as well as what the country has set out for. If you look at COVID and the government spending, I think it's got haywire with a large spending getting into healthcare itself for the government, which means there are many other sectors which will be affected. And that's exactly why changing our plans today would be very detrimental in the long term for the SDGs itself. Let's look at plastic pollution. There was a huge buzz on plastic. There was COP24, which happened. We made commitments to it. Today, post-COVID, there is no talk about plastic. Climate change, it's invisible. We are not looking at it at all. And COVID has aggravated the plastic pollution, biomedical waste, and many other things at a far, far serious level. There have been good things which have happened. You look at Earth Overshoot Day, we've got a delay of about a month this year. Okay, that's because during the lockdown there was no carbon footprint. But that's not the only good thing we see. But are there ways and learnings from the lives of our daily lives which we need to retain so that we become more sustainable? That's a question which all of us need to ask and introspect, because there are many good things which have happened in the COVID period at a personal point of view, from a personal point of view. And there are certain behaviors which we need to all imbibe. So I'm answering it on behalf of corporates, but also as an individual, because that has a long-term effect on sustainability itself.
So, Shashindra, thank you so much. But elaborating on this aspect of sustainability, so there is the vision that organizations have about the SDGs 2030 agenda, and how did you come to this agenda? So, your organization, you said that is focusing on multiple SDGs. How did you prioritize these goals? How did this agenda come into your organization about prioritizing which goals you want to align yourself to?
See, as I talk about our core goals and beyond goals and the interlinkages, SDGs are not something which many organizations really understand. Okay, there are even if you look at GRI, for example, in India has only 150 companies which report on GRI, and that itself talks about from the 100,000 plus companies which are there in India, there is such a small percentage which understands sustainability. Do we need a much larger percentage? Definitely yes. So it's very important for all organizations to look at the future of sustainability and start looking at these aspects on a far serious level. And if you look at the way we need to be focused, aligned, and not let the short term take our eyes off a long term, it's important that with many aspects, the derailment would have a far reaching impact on the outcome. And this is where we as an organization are looking at everything in the same manner. We've got 4 strong pillars on nurturing terroir, valuing people, circularity, which is circular making, and being responsible hosts and towards responsible consumption. And nothing has changed there. We are just getting into this phase now of trying to accelerate certain targets, because COVID has brought in a temporary gap on achieving some of the targets, and we do not want that to really affect what we set out to do. So there are certain ones which we preponed, okay, like in our business sustainability chains, removing plastic completely from our products, okay, and we are almost at 98% now, okay, and that 2% we'd achieve it in just 1 more year. We are water positive today. And we are water positive to the tune of 1.6x, and we would become water positive to the tune of 3x by next year itself. And these are accelerated targets post-COVID. I mean, we're trying to accelerate that faster and faster. So the COVID impact we're trying to negate by not taking our eyes off our goals and SDGs and trying to accelerate as much as possible to undo the harm that COVID has done.
So I think these are not just learnings for any organization, but for any individual, as Shashidhar has been rightly pointing out, because at an individual level also, we need to address these issues, like reducing the plastic is on day-to-day life. must be done at an individual level, and that only will help further enhancing achievement of the SDGs. So Rumi, coming back to you, what do you think is the sort of change we want to drive via the SDGs so that it is irreversible and sustained? So that we sometimes we see a lot of work happening, and then once any organization is out of that geographical area or is not working with that community, sometimes the community goes reverse into the same problems. Those sustainability remains unaddressed, and the community then reverts back to the original state. So how does your organization, or how do you plan to do this so that sustainability is actually occurring in any program that you guys are doing?
Sure. So Nachikeet, I'm looking at sustainability from a sustainability as a initiative perspective, which is to do with long-term energy savings and consumption patterns, etc. And how do you make sure that whatever goals that the company has set out for itself, you are able to continue with those goals. So whether it is, for example, in our case, as a environmental sustainability perspective, our larger goals were around energy conservation, use of renewable energy, and CO2 emission and reducing emission. So the goals that we had set out for us as a baseline 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, they all continue as such. For example, we are still on our path of renewable energy use, and last year itself, we use 47% of the energy that we use in the company is from renewable sources. In the same way, we continue to focus on our products and solutions, creating such sustainable values for our clients. So, for example, our mainframe systems are when used with power saving energy distribution grids, they're able to conserve more than 20%, 30% of energy, and they're able to save energy. So from a sustainability environmental perspective and from a products and solutions perspective as a company, we continue to be aligned and progress on those goals and make sure that the efforts are sustainable and that they are not derailed. And we continue to progress towards the targets that we have set for us. From the initiatives continuity, which is CSR initiative or environmental initiatives and efforts that we do to impact communities and stakeholders on ground, as I mentioned before, that it takes some innovations to be able to make sure that if you were impacting 2 million youth and students or teachers in 2018, that you continue to have a communication and a channel of work with them. You may not be able to deliver all these set targets, all the targets that you may have set earlier for 2020, but you need to still make sure that there is no big gap in the way that you're progressing with your goals. So one way to continue that sustainability in your programs is, again, in our case, it has been the use of digital platforms and a lot of technology. Again, we work with students who don't have access in their families. They may have one smartphone that is used by everyone. And when we are talking about education and learning and skills development, it often poses a challenge in how to really reach them. So there are ways and means in which we have looked at over the past few months in establishing a channel of communication so that they can continue to learn, they can continue to grow, they can progress on those learning goals, self-actualization goals that we have set for them. In the same way, when we are looking at students and teachers whom we continue to do deep dives in skills program, we have been trying to make sure that we are able to really still, albeit a small gap and a little slowness, we are still able to continue a larger part of the programs that we had initiated with them. And in our case, again, it has been via digital platforms. So a lot of the work that we did in terms of continuation has been through digital platform, through not-for-profit and partners network on ground who know the communities, who are directly in touch with the schools and teachers and colleges and ITIs and various other institutions that we work with, and making sure that this whole re-engineering and the change, behavioral change, is able to, we are able to address them more in a more integrated manner, in more comprehensive manner, so that you're not really dropping what you're doing, whether it is in your environmental practices or sustaining your programs, but you're able to set the right goals in a COVID year and make sure that there is continuity. So if you're moving a goal from this year, you know that this is how you're going to achieve going forward. There's a lot of scenario planning is also necessary for that. So I think it's a combination of all of this: future focus, scenario planning, innovation, using digital, making sure that you have a holistic model where you're engaging all the relevant partners from a school, from a teacher, from your partners, etc., together to then create that the future vision or continuity vision that I would say.
Great. That was really nice to understand, and it really helps because it has been largely observed that once you are out of that community, sometimes the communities tend to revert back to the original situation, and that's what we want to prevent. So Shashidhar, at the onset of this discussion, you mentioned that your organization is already tracking some of the SDGs you're aligned with at a sub-indicator level also, and it's a complex exercise, first of all. So what were the challenges in doing this, and what will be some key learnings that other organizations in the private sector can adopt to help them also to track at the sub-indicator level or the indicator level for SDGs?
So Nachiket, one of the core things for us in terms of our journey has been trying to understand where we are, the state of maturity itself, and that I would say is very important for most of the corporates today who have an obligation to do CSR. I'll come to the sustainability part after that. But when we know our state of maturity, it is very important for us to decide on what we want to do as a purpose itself. And that's exactly where we realized that SDGs were one of the best ways to articulate how we as a corporate are contributing to the progress of the country, because the country anyway is getting tracked on how they are progressing on sustainability because of the UN goals itself. So it's a common language of articulation. And that is where for SDGs, it is important for us to get deeper into the targets, look at which targets, you can create an impact. Like we partner with Akshay Patra because we know the number of SDGs which an Akshay Patra will help you target very clearly, and there are core and beyond goals in an Akshay Patra program. I spoke about the education and the gender equality coming in. There is health, SDG 3, which definitely gets kicked in, and the government is very focused on it. So there are certain ones which you take as core and you start tracking them. But I would again say that this self-aware state of maturity is very important for many organizations to get their strategy correct basis the need of the country. And now coming to the sustainability part, this state will also help all organizations to expedite adoption of the ESG parameters, and that is exactly where sustainability comes in. Because today it is seen more as an exercise to boost investor confidence than see it as a business value creation process. Sustainability is not just about saving the planet. It is a business value creation process, and it is about conducting our businesses viably, equitably, and in a socially responsible manner, so that we become highly sustainable, and that, of course, our products and services will be accepted by the consumer and the investor alike. And that is exactly where this entire value chain helps SDGs get ingrained in the DNA of the organization directly or indirectly.
Thank you so much, Shashidhar and Rumi. But I would like to have this discussion going on and understand from both of you. But your insights and views that you shared are too valuable. And I think this will be extremely helpful for the audience and sustainability leaders across the board to chalk out a way forward to prioritize and work towards SDGs through CSR. Because we have to conclude this discussion because of the paucity of time. I'm extremely thankful to you. But just as a last point, I would just like to understand from both of you, what would you like to learn from other organizations, and what do you think Goodera might be able to better share with all the audience as well as with you all? Any one of you can answer first. I'm sorry. So, Rumi, you can go first.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Nachiket, and thank you very much for moderating the session so well and giving us both equal opportunities to express our views and our insights. To the Goodera team, I think I would just congratulate the Goodera team on selecting such a relevant theme for this year, co-creating the new normal. And I think the Karma Summit is uh, you know, best place to be able to bring together all of us to discuss and to share our thoughts. As an innovation company, we always strive to use our core expertise, competencies in innovation and technology to cope with the new normal and make sure that we continue and to accelerate progress. I am very interested to learn from our peers in other companies and not-for-profits on how they are building, their strategies and their synergies, engaging with both their employees as well as their clients and stakeholders, and then driving action, continue their work to support the communities. So overall, I think I'm quite looking forward to hearing from those various panels, be it the use of technology, collaboration, virtual volunteering, to overall what has been the challenges and how have organizations coped with it. So I see this as a very good, relevant agenda, and I'm looking forward to listening to others on the various panels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rumi. Shashida, over to you.
Thank you, Nachiket. And, even I would like this conversation to continue because there is a lot of exchange of insights. And thank you for moderating it so well, Nachiket. And thank you to the entire Goodera team for having me here. Coming to what I'm looking for from the session, for all businesses, what we do at our core is very, very different. But the purpose for business for society is very, very common. And that's exactly where I would say that, these forums help us harness the power of collaborations because for all of us co-partnering, whether be it for communities or whichever kind of cohorts, it only helps us rebuild, and the need to rebuild and foster resilience is greater than anything else which we have here. And many organizations are doing great work in various fields and creating remarkable impact. Personally for me, I would specifically look for opportunities of creating partnerships with purpose, which I keep saying, and these strong partnerships will definitely have a multiplier effect on the impact. And that's exactly I would look forward to for from this entire summit.
Thank you so much, both of you. And it was really wonderful to have both of you over here. And this 1 hour has been a learning experience, 1.5 hours, whatever it has been a learning experience for me as well. And I take back these learnings to my organization as well.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the Karma Summit. Hope you are doing well and staying safe in these unprecedented times. I'm Arnav Kapoor, and I lead the philanthropic partnerships portfolio for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in India and South Asia. I'm also part of our core team, which is anchoring our work for the COVID response in India and South Asia. Thanks a lot for joining this session today. The session is titled COVID-19, a necessary wake-up call or a healthcare catastrophe at the Karma Summit. We have with us today very senior leaders who will share perspectives from their unique vantage point. We are joined by Ransom D'Souza. He's the Vice President for Communications and Government Affairs at GlaxoSmithKline. We have with us Sakina Baker. She leads the CSR at Philips. And we have Svetlana Pinto, who is the country head for communication and CSR at Novartis India. As you are aware, the present world continues to struggle to add new dimensions to the healthcare system ever since the coronavirus has put us in a situation we never faced before. This is our wake-up call to future-proof healthcare systems for a post-COVID world. To this end, the aim of the panel discussion will be primarily twofold. First, to discuss the current scenario of the pandemic and look at opportune and impactful solutions that were adopted to ameliorate the crisis. And secondly, explore strategies and actions to build resilient communities and high-performing healthcare systems to effectively ward off a future catastrophe. With that context and objective, Ransom, let me come to you first. What is your opinion on the India's healthcare system when compared to some of the other developing countries, and what are the biggest challenges of the healthcare system? Over to you, Ransom.
Yeah, thank you, Arnav. So before I actually comment, I'd like to say that these are my personal views, not necessarily the views of the company that I work for, GSK Pharmaceuticals. So when you say healthcare, healthcare is a fairly wide subject. I mean, as a country of 1.3 billion population, the next immediate comparator that comes to mind is China. And for those of you who have had the opportunity to visit China, you would see that the entire healthcare system in China for their 1.3 billion plus population is a public is kind of delivered through the public health system. India actually, 66% of India's population is from the rural population. So, but if you look at the healthcare infrastructure, that is exactly the reverse. You'll find 70 to 80% of entire healthcare infrastructure is not in the rural villages. And it is in cities and probably at the district level. So I think to my mind, that is the first anomaly that happens. And if at all that you ever visit, a rural hospital setup, the first thing that amazes you is how do people operate with such bare minimal infrastructure? So we have projects in UP. Or for example in Rajasthan, where you have maternal mortality at probably the highest, and you see the kind of sterile environment, or you see the kind of, so there is one set of rural population which is vastly different, and there is the other set which is the public health setup, but in cities. So for example, the best public health setup in cities is actually in Maharashtra, or for example, if you look at the south. So India is basically two sets of extremes. One is you'll find the so-called cities or states in the south, the four clusters. They are far ahead of the game when it comes to public healthcare infrastructure versus the northern cluster. Now, that has also got to do with education. It's also got to do with per capita. So there are a host of pieces. So if you're looking at India's per capita at 2,500, US dollars of the GDP, you will find that some states like Kerala have a GDP per capita GDP of 5,000. Now, if you look at Bihar's per capita GDP is of 600. Now, if you actually build that into the infrastructure and the accountability of infrastructure. So I would like to kind of look at it from two distinct modes. One is the rural setup where the emphasis should rather be, because that's where 66% of the population. But that, and the other last part is, all this is basically healthcare today is delivered by the private sector. If you look at the delivery in cities, a large part of that is to this. So there are various pieces that one needs to straddle and look at. But I think there is also an opportunity and an inherent possibility of how we can leapfrog, given the possibilities of digital, etc., which I will touch upon. So I'll stop there and hand it over to Sakina.
Arnav, do you want me to take up this question?
Yeah, it'd be great to get your perspective, on the same question, right? From what, in your opinion, India's public healthcare system, when you look at other developing countries, what do you see as the biggest challenges?
Yeah, just to continue with what Ransom was saying, and I completely agree with him, the divide is too great, and the gap is widening with every time, every year. But I think with the recent developments that have happened post-COVID, of focusing more on the primary healthcare so that the secondary and tertiary healthcare are deburdened, is very important that we should keep a note on. We do have our challenges in terms of awareness. If we had a lot of awareness in terms of preventive healthcare, we would be able to deburden healthcare issues at the primary healthcare level itself. But unfortunately, that is not very prevalent, at least in rural and remote areas. We have access issues, we have quality issues, human resource issues. And they also are coupled by affordability, because a lot of people are not able to afford healthcare in private places, but they still have to go. They have no choice left with them, considering the quality of care that they receive. And also accountability. What is the accountability that we put in, not only in the government, but people as such? What is the accountability towards their own healthcare? Are they really concerned about the healthcare, or just they just ignore them and not seek care when it is required? So that it lies with the government as well as the people itself. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of what we can do, we can leverage on what the government has recently announced. Post-COVID, they announced too much of investment and focus into primary health systems. If that is something that we all can look at, all the sectors can look at, not only the corporate sector, but the private sector, but the government as well, join hands, collaborate, and see how we can implement that in the best spirit. It are not just on the books, it has to be implemented in the spirit. And also the National Digital Health Mission, which was announced, I think that's a great opportunity for us to learn from COVID, because all of us, not even a single person didn't learn from it. You can see how everyone, initial shock of the COVID and what it brought into our lives, we kind of shook ourselves and then got on our feet and started working on it. And I think that's a challenge not only for India, but other developing countries as well. India has more advantage in terms of the programs that have been set up by the government. And I think a lot of corporates should get into those and collaborate with those programs with the government, so that we are able to reach out to the larger audience. We're able to reach out and try to deburden a lot of the health systems in the country. Focus definitely should be primary healthcare, because majority of our population is looking at that as the first step towards seeking healthcare. So I think I completely agree with Ransom on the gap that is, and the opportunities that we can get from those gaps that are presented at the moment, and we face that at the moment.
Thanks, Sakina. I think Ransom and you mentioned primarily two areas, right? One is on the the problem set and the context, and the second on the opportunity. So the problem set primarily the divide between rural and urban, the public and private, and the access, availability, affordability, and accountability issues. But you also touched upon, the opportunities on digital side through NDHM and the primary healthcare focus. So just kind of building on that, Ransom, let me just come back to you to dig a little deeper. Given you mentioned, this, the rural-urban divide, the lack of infrastructure, trained staff compared to China and other countries, how do you think it, really affected the pandemic situation, right? How did it exacerbate, the pandemic situation? And if you could, look at both perspectives, the rural and the urban side also.
Yeah, no, I think, sitting in our comfortable office environment is a very different world. But one look or a walk in a public hospital, whether in a city like Mumbai, leave alone, a far-flung place in Rajasthan or in Bihar or in UP where we actually go. So if you kind of go there, there is this quote that comes to mind: you don't win because of better tools, you win because people step up. I mean, I have tremendous admiration for people today in the public healthcare setup. I always have the other slogan I tell my daughters is that whenever you feel high, please walk into a public hospital and see the trials and tribulations, whether it's people tripping over each other, lying there, etc., etc. So I really believe that we have, you don't win because you have better tools, because that is the mistaken norm that happens. Yes, it's more efficient, and that's a separate story. But we have been winning because people have clearly stepped up. Now, of course, there is a whole set of things that what one can do further to, make sure that that momentum is there, protective gear. I mean, the kind of infrastructure that we provide, and you see when you talk to, some of my immediate family members are also, healthcare practitioners. And when you kind of come and you see and talk to them, whether it's the nurse or the doctor, you say, oh my goodness, you're actually wearing a plastic kit the whole day. It's not a PPE kit, which is approved, but you're actually operating on patients, and there are people all over. So firstly, I have tremendous admiration for all of that. The other bit is, I think there is the center-state divide, and I think there is this bit of each state wanting to do this federal, one-upmanship. And I think that is something that is a bit of a worrisome, piece. So it's not so much what we can do. I think it's the bit that sometimes the political state doesn't want the actual picture probably to be portrayed. And therefore, there is a bit of lackadaisical approach. So, for example, in Mumbai, when the entire COVID pandemic broke out, there was so much of intensity. Everybody actually pulled the rubber band. There's a rubber band concept, to pull the rubber band to the fullest, and we're doing it. Now, as the pandemic actually started opening, everybody went back to doing this. So, you heard your neighbor being of COVID. Oh, okay, nothing happens. And, the guy who would come with an ambulance, etc., was also very, very casual. Earlier, it would be the entire area cordoned off, a building would have been cordoned off. Having said that, I think this is not the last of all the kind of pandemics that we have faced. If you go back in time, and I was fortunate to be with GlaxoSmithKline, it was called Glaxo at that point in time, when the entire HIV/AIDS pandemic actually happened. And Maharashtra and the southern states were predominantly the front red dots. I mean, we have examples in HIV, you have examples in TB, where these states, in whatever infrastructure, actually did their best. And today, it is a disease that you can live with. So it's not something that, was a taboo. So, for example, if it's maternal mortality of, HIV, mothers giving childbirth, the child is born free. So I think if you go back in time and see what are the steps that were taken, also possibly look at some states or some countries, for example, where there is a bit of cultural nuance. So, for example, if you look at Taiwan, right, or certain countries where, because of the SARS, the earlier, pandemic that they faced, there was a culture of wearing masks. Mm-hmm. There was a preparedness in terms of alarm systems. There was a full and central command that is kind of doing the pieces. I think, to my mind, and this has been a challenge with healthcare in the country, that one data set does not talk to the other data set. So, like I mentioned to you, the government, each government hospital has its own data set, leave alone the accuracy of the data sets. So if you ever go to a public hospital and try and see how the health management information system is maintained, God help you to simple decipher the language and then input it into the system. Now, that is just one standalone hospital. This one standalone hospital talking to another next door hospital in a state, there is no correlation of that data. And please remember that science is based on data only when you have a trend line. And I think those are the gaps. We have to first focus on the big cities and make sure that with digital, today we have 1 billion plus people with mobile phones. We have 600 million people who have access to internet. So from a government side is make that digital infrastructure. It is all possible because you have Aadhaar enabled system. Now you have challenges with the public, the privacy challenges. But to my mind, if you have this data in a controlled manner, I think half of your battle is won, because then you don't need to carry any records. Today, you find that your driving license can be transferred onto your phone. I can only, whenever a police stops me, I show him my license. That's digitally valid proof. That should be the end game in terms of how our infrastructure, and we should use this opportunity to gradually move towards a digital architecture so that no matter where I am, whichever state I am, whether I am falling under Ayushman Bharat or I am part of a different healthcare insurance setup, I have all my records maintained. This data is then analyzed and looking at a trend line and is not controlled by one particular state. It is all there forever. There is this fast saying that, the pandemic has shown the number of deaths and, the recording of deaths in terms of, how many are dying out of COVID. But if you go back in past and see the number of deaths, only 70% had the actual cause of death being the real cause in India. So you have this as a major issue. To my mind, that is something that use the digital infrastructure. It is extremely possible with the Aadhaar-enabled system. And therefore, once you have that data can then be used to incentivize and create a better infrastructure, not just for the healthcare setups, but also as a replicable model. Because today, a doctor in a rural setup in UP, he's not incentivized to do something good, and there is no cost of inaction, right? So he keeps doing that and doing the same thing over and over again. If he does it some differently, there's no incentive. So with digital, can you incentivize him? At the same time, if he doesn't do it well or is not up to speed with the medical literature, then there should be a cost of inaction. And all this can actually be done like a report card and then kind of manage. So there are possibilities. I'm very optimistic, and I think with the fact that we are in the digital space, I mean America still does counting of votes, and we are actually going to electronic voting. So I believe personally that there is an opportunity for us to leapfrog in healthcare. We should not just simply emulate. And to my mind, from chemistry to biologics to health tech, I think that is the so you can actually jump from a chemistry-based delivery of healthcare to a preventive health tech kind of a setup where you preventively know what is going to happen to you. For example, we have tied up with CRISPR, and we are looking at how your genetic makeup can show you a predisposition to a possible disease that is likely to do in the future. Now, that is where the future is, all this at the palm of your hand. Once you have that, you know that there is a certain set of diseases that you're predisposed to, you can actually target. So there is enormous possibility, and I think India will show, what we are truly made of, given the fact that we operate with so much of minimal infrastructure.
No, thanks, Ransom. I think, you covered a range of, ideas, and of course, I think the digitization phenomena is the buzzword, and you are seeing that across sectors and truly in healthcare also. You've seen several telehealth solutions, e-pharmacies, also playing a critical role in the COVID. But just before we move forward and try to understand how did companies and other stakeholders react, we initially also spoke about the rural and urban divide, right? Like what we've seen with COVID, it's it doesn't leave anyone behind, right? It's affected urban probably more than the rural areas. So just to get that perspective, Sakina, just coming back to you when you mentioned the challenges, do you think that the social, economic, demographic challenges kind of increased the burden on the healthcare system in India?
Yeah, I think there are enough evidences on studies and research done that have proven that the social status of an individual does impact the health outcomes of that person or his family or a particular location. And also that people from the lower socioeconomic strata are likely to have worse self-reported, at least health-related outcomes. So I think it would be wrong for us to say that any disaster that hits a particular section more than anyone else, like a pandemic like COVID. But I would say that if you have access to good healthcare systems, if you have access to some financial stability or insurance, you will be able to provide that. But unfortunately, in India, when you compare it with an Indian scenario, you may have a lot of schemes, services, government opportunities provided in terms of healthcare and also in terms of insurance, but people are not aware of it. People are not aware how to go, where to go and do it, especially people from the lower economic status. So the moment you look at the change in socioeconomics of a person, or you also look at change in the demography of a person, of a location, you see healthcare burden increasing. Why it is increasing? Because we have more health issues coming into effect. We never thought of COVID, but COVID did come. It did impact a lot of people who had to really shell out-of-pocket expenses just to take care of their health. And it hit the rural population more. If the large hordes of migrants who who went back to their locations. We're not very sure how they got themselves treated. We're not very sure how they even diagnosed themselves, whether they had COVID or any other underlying diseases. So I think socioeconomic status is very important in terms of looking at the burden healthcare system. But I think it's very important also for us to look at the data that is provided. I completely agree with Ransom on the part of having access to data, which will give us the opportunity to assess, to look at why are we looking at the demographic changes, or what are the kind of demographic changes that would impact a certain healthcare situation. I can give you an example of, say, non-communicable diseases, which are kind of hitting us left, right, and center. We may not have woken up to it, but it is there. We are facing diabetes, we are facing cancer issues, we are facing a lot of non-communicable diseases that we may not have focused too much on. But it is not that it is hitting only people in the urban centers, in the rural centers as well. But maybe people in the periphery don't even know that they have such underlying life or health-related issues. So it's very important for us to keep a note of the changes and what has been the interventions done at the healthcare perspective, and what are the things that would change it. More so because of COVID. COVID has really opened eyes for a lot of people to look at what are the healthcare issues that are going to hit a particular socioeconomic strata, people from that strata, and what are the things that we should pre-plan to make sure that they have access to those. So no doubt, yes, socioeconomic status of a person is very much relevant to what healthcare is provided to that demographic change or that socioeconomic status of that particular person.
Thanks, Sakina. We've heard about the health systems issues in India, and of course the various challenges, and some of the interventions and opportunities which both you and Ransom outlined. But I do want to bring in Svetlana also into the discussion. So it would be great to understand, Svetlana, from your perspective, what role was played and actually is being played by companies, by NGOs and other international donor organizations in fighting the pandemic, right? In light of all of these challenges, in light of the state, center, the federal structures, and also in light of the twin burden that India kind of also faces.
Thanks, Arnav. And of course, I echo everything that Ransom and Sakina have already said. And having said that, I think we must recognize that India has its own unique set of challenges, okay? Some of which have been enumerated by both of them. But one must remember the high population density that we have in our cities, and of course, the creaking health infrastructure. Having said that, I think we must acknowledge that we've been faring reasonably well, and we must support the authorities in doing what is right. So whether it is us as organizations, but I think more than that, us as individuals need to do that. And if you look at the different roles that organizations played, be it corporates, be it nonprofits or international donor organizations, I think initially, perhaps it was a bit chaotic, simply because, this is an unprecedented situation, and I don't think that any of us has ever had experience in dealing with a pandemic of this magnitude. And so, for sure, it was a bit chaotic initially, but I think soon everything fell into place, and it was like you fell into the groove and things started moving. Because one must remember that while for sure we are fighting a pandemic, people are suffering from other diseases and they need treatment. And so for companies like ours, it had to make sure that people get access to their medication. Keep the supply chain rolling, keep the manufacturing going on. And I would like to acknowledge that the government did play a very supportive role. I know that we as Novartis, definitely, every time we reached out, for support, we got that to make sure that our manufacturing continued, that our supply chain was not impacted. So companies played that role. The government played its role. And nonprofits, for sure, if you look at, any disaster, man-made or otherwise, a natural disaster, or health issues, the nonprofits have always been very, very quick to respond to these situations. And together with corporates, they played a very important role in making sure that the wheels were turning. in making sure that, supplies needed where they needed to reach. And here I'm not talking necessarily of medical supplies, but things like initially, there was the need for PPE kits, masks, hand sanitizers, disinfectants, etc. And just to make sure that all those reached, and of course, international donors made sure that middle and low-income countries gets completely ignored. So I think eventually all players came together.
No, I think it's everyone needs to come together in scenarios like this for it to have for us to respond to the pandemic. So Sakina, what was your role as a corporate in bringing agility in response to this disaster, right? Like, how was it complementary to the government's efforts in addressing the needs?
I think we were no different in our initial reaction. It hit us as bad as it hit anyone else. So of it, we were at loss because we couldn't operate on field. We had to stop all functions amidst the lockdown. Now, the best thing that happened that I think was beautifully managed, a lot of corporates who were not even spending CSR money on healthcare, they all started coming together and started focusing on healthcare. I know personally a lot of corporates that we talk to may not be working on, they may be working on health, education or environment or something. Everybody kind of gotten together into the whole scenario, looked at what is the best way for them to support it. And I think Philips was no different from the rest of it, because with Philips being in healthcare, we were anyways a part of the healthcare system. We were anyways supporting a lot of social development initiatives on healthcare. So for us, it was given that we have to do something. We initiated the whole process globally through Philips Foundation, which is our philanthropic arm based out of Amsterdam, and we are almost in every country with the social development approaches, starting with China. And I think in India also, Philips India and Philips Foundation together worked on multiple layers. So what we did is we started initially, because we couldn't operate through our NGO partners, we couldn't operate in the field. So we started with the government. So we started supporting the COVID fund of the government, state governments, and also the national central government. But we gradually picked up the pieces and actually started looking at what are the best ways that we can operate in the field. We started looking at opportunities, permissions where we could operate in the field. We reworked our plans in the project that we're doing. We were anyways doing healthcare. We just added a component of COVID-19 into it, more on awareness, more on making sure that people take care of what is supposed to be the proper guideline in order to not get contacted of COVID-19. So I think because all of our activities are community-based, it helped. It helped because we're already there in the community. It was just that we had to revise a little bit of our plan, make sure that we embed the systems with the current requirement, what was COVID, besides doing whatever we were doing in the field. And I think that gelled well. It took time. It took us at least 3 months for us to actually go back into the field and start putting those actions, putting those plans into action. But in terms of what we did everything in collaboration with the government. We had government as a participant in whatever changes that we did, whether we were doing on childhood pneumonia or we're doing on preventive healthcare. Everything was coordinated through the local government so that we know that this is what is approved by the government. This is how it's going to take care of things on ground under their knowledge. So it worked very well, and it's still continuing at that level.
Got it. Yeah, no, I think both of you mentioned that it was very complementary to the government and in alignment with the community's needs. That's kind of the trinity which you need, like government, corporates, and foundations and communities kind of working together in unison. Coming back to you, Svetlana, how did you identify your stakeholders' need, and how did you engage your employees as part of the COVID relief and the rehabilitation activities?
I think when we looked at the pandemic, we could identify, let's say, 5 key stakeholders: the medical profession, the patient, most important for us, the patient, our employees, C&F agents, and the government. Okay, these 5, I think, were kind of really key stakeholders for us. And I think we had to look at addressing all of these in cohesion, simply because we live in an interdependent world. And so to make sure that, for example, those of our employees who needed to be on site, could be on site. Let's say our labs, our manufacturing sites. So lockdown, no lockdown, they had to be on site, and to make sure that the wheels were turning. We had to make sure that our CNF agents were operating, simply because medicines needed to reach where they needed to reach. And our own employees, besides the ones who had to be on site, the others also have key roles to play, and to make sure that things worked and moved seamlessly for them. And in all of this, I think we made sure, for example, that the connect with the doctors continued through our field force. We also used this time for our own employees to increase their learning repertoire, to widen their learning repertoire. And I'm proud to share that globally, Novartis, extended Coursera to not only employees, but to employees' family members. And you could gift it to a friend as well. So we did that at a global level. We supported Khan Academy at a global level with a donation to make sure that they could reach out to more and more children. And so keep our own employees engaged as well. And coming back to how did we engage our employees in COVID-19 relief? So initially, there was for sure a resistance from the organization to let people do physical volunteering, simply because of the challenges related to the pandemic. Besides which, we needed to make sure that the organization operated, because being an essential service, so to say, even more so in the pandemic, we couldn't have a situation where our employees were out there volunteering and were not able to do their real job, let's say. So at the same time, we wanted to make sure that they felt engaged. And so we ran virtual volunteering programs. Plus, what we did was we did an employee contribution, besides all that we did through our global funding, through our local CSR funding. And there we did engage with them, for example, to put together kits. So, there were associates who came in on site, put together kits, which were then donated. And that's how we could engage with them in COVID-19 relief in maybe not such a direct way. But I think people recognized that this was possible. Having said that, we did allow associates the opportunity to take time off, and we gave them additional time off where they could then take time off to do physical volunteering if they still felt so strongly about that. But I think eventually we had a very engaged lot.
Well, yeah, I think it's, times of pandemic, it's also important to make sure the employees are engaged, and, COVID, you need everyone to come together to help. So, in this pandemic times. So just kind of building on that and just staying with you, from the implementation of the solution set, right? Like there has been different kind of solutions which have been looked at, right? Urgent and immediate needs on meal distribution, PPEs, which Sakina also mentioned. And there have been, like timely solutions and involving, different sectors, like the women's group, were involved in, skewing of masks. And, we've also seen behavioral and awareness solutions. So, what kind of solutions did you adopt from a Novartis perspective, or was it like some combination of all of these?
So I think you must remember that this is an evolving situation, okay? So, we all wish the pandemic would end, yeah, but it is an evolving situation. So, of course, there were some things which were kind of immediate that you did because that was the need of the hour. At a global level, Novartis created a global COVID-19 fund of some $20 million, which countries could ask for. They could request for a part of this fund to meet certain needs. We had our own local CSR funds, which we could use. We had the employee contribution as well, which went into this funding. And we worked with different nonprofits. Our focus areas were primarily in the states of Telangana and Maharashtra, simply because that's where we have our largest footprint. And we did get requests from different parts of the country, but we had to recognize that there is only so much that you can do because of, funds are finite. And we wish they would be infinite, but they're not. And so we had to take cognizance of that. And so immediately what we did was, we made sure that we funded things like, as I mentioned earlier, things like PPE kits and, N95 masks, 3-ply masks, disinfectants for hospital settings, then hand sanitizers, inflatable beds for the army we did because they were involved in relief work in Telangana, for the police force, thermal guns, pulse oximeters, that kind of thing. We also did, contribute towards upgrading some of the health infrastructure, which we hope will be there for the long term. So to that extent, it was a mix of both immediate and some things which were for the long term. But as I mentioned earlier, this is an evolving situation. It's not like everything has come to a standstill, but we will do more as and when we see what can be done and what will have the largest impact in the long term.
Coming back to you, Ransom, let's kind of building on that. You mentioned before that you were involved, in various efforts in UP. You mentioned the CRISPR solution, and you also talked about the digitization. So, how do you think all of these solutions, going forward, will play a complementary role in the public healthcare system?
Yeah, no, I think the first part is to make sure that the way we structured our entire piece was employee health and well-being, business continuity, and contribution to the community. So we anchored all our initiatives on these three pillars. And from the contribution to the community, we actually picked and chose initiatives like, for example, what Svetlana mentioned. We predominantly did it for two states. One is for Maharashtra because this is where we have our factory and there's also our headquarters, and also we had our a request from the central government. So you must understand that when the pandemic broke out, the first one, the drug that was most commonly sought after was paracetamol. And, as GSK really manufactures two big brands in the paracetamol category, one is Crocin and Calpol. And the government first immediately, started writing to us. In the 3 months, believe you me, we were classified as essential industry. So we had to continue to manufacture, but at the same time, the ancillary, the RMPM, the raw material or the product material, those were not classified as, essential. So we needed to make sure if that was actually managed, then you would find that the raw material guy, if he had to supply it, there were some interstate issues. So all of these were kind of, pieces that were coming through in the initial part of it. But we essentially said, let us do what we can immediately contribute to the neighboring community. And that's what we did as an overall piece. Going forward, the government was also looking at how we could support, for example, the paracetamol. Because when you look at manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, you have various, key starting materials, and you have APIs, which is really the raw material which gets into it. So India is one of the largest API manufacturers for paracetamol. So, and, so pieces like that. So we were in constant dialogue with the government to make sure that they understand that all the manufacturing will remain in the country and it will be made available. So they were actually looking at raw material that we had, the finished material that we had, and also the supply. So I think the government at that point in time wanted to make sure that we were collaborating with them. The way forward is about a public-private partnership. To my mind, nobody in today's world knows all the answers. Okay, for example, even with vaccines, all along the vaccine technology. So GSK is the world's largest vaccine manufacturer as we speak. But today you're finding Moderna, which is a different form of a vaccine, never before applied. So nobody has all the answers, right? Once we create a kind of a digital platform, the way forward is to find islands of excellence and partner with certain so-called players who can bring in their credibility and their knowledge and their prowess basis your requirement. To my mind, that is where the focus should be. So, for example, whether it's for clinical trials, whether it's for innovation-led R&D, there is a lot of opportunity, but the underlying flavor is look at it from a public-private partnership, whether it's the academic partnership or it's a government partnership. There is an enormous opportunity because you're seeing that already. India is now the technology provider to the world. Your TCSs, your Cognizant, your Infosys, etc. I clearly see that as an opportunity, the next wave in terms of how we can show the world that healthcare is largely from India, And through partnerships with select players, you can actually take it to the next level.
Great. Thanks, Ransom. We heard you talking about this is some of the unforeseen challenges what you experienced throughout this journey, right? Like you mentioned the solution that it did, but any like unforeseen challenges that you faced while providing these solutions, to the people in with governments or with communities, given that the situation was so evolving, like Svetlana mentioned before.
Yeah, no, I think there is this common saying, the first rule in crisis is that there are no rules. So what we did is we actually crossed the river by feeling the stones. And we kind of, formed a team who were experts in the areas that, mattered to us. So, for example, whether it's employee healthcare, whether it's medical, whether it's health and safety, whether it's environment, whether it's communications, whether it's government. So there was a core team. And basis that every 24 hours, you would kind of take one, you cross the river and kind of make sure that you're, just to give an example, there were 4,500 notifications and circulars from the center and state that were issued in the first 3 months. Now you divide that by 90 days, which means 45 circulars are issued every day, and they are in different languages, right? Leave alone interpretation, understanding, comprehending, implementing it so that you are not on the wrong side of the law. That itself was a full-time job till we kind of had some sense into this madness. Whether we can get our people on the field, can the guys go, can we manufacture, can this happen? So 45 circulars to make that simple. So we actually sounded like real big cowboys. This crack team, we called it as the incident management team. Although in our hearts, our tummies were kind of rumbling, saying, is this the right decision? But, we sounded very confident. We would kind of face up to the whole people, the entire organization of around 8,000 odd colleagues, and tell them that, guys, we have all the answers. Please reach out to us. Don't jump to any conclusions, and keep that as a fountainhead of information. Because, it's a favorite pastime. Everybody is at home watching television, and then WhatsApp is also free. So they keep circulating all kinds of news, and they want to show one-upmanship. So our fact was that, please don't take any decision. Please fold up to a north, south, east, west kind of a continuum. These are the people who will bubble up, because there is also a set of rumors that somebody went into the field, this building, etc., etc. So we wanted to quell it. And as I said, we crossed the river by feeling the stones. Fortunately, we were lucky. We kind of came out unscathed, but it was in the early days, it was quite a lot of madness. Just interpreting it from, my interactions with the government, just from a supply of paracetamol, were like, consuming right through. Because they wanted to know what is your actual raw material packaging, because the Prime Minister's office was involved in this decision making. So if you know the government hierarchy, it's the Health Ministry, DOP, Chemicals and Fertilizers, your Drugs Controller General, etc. All of them folding up and saying, get all the manufacturers on board. I want day-to-day production of data. At the same time, our guys don't land up in the factory because their building has been sealed. So it was kind of a mayhem, but I think it was coordinated madness. Fortunately, we sailed through. And the learning for me was to stay calm and stay coordinated. I think the fact is that if you have one set of person who's taking that decision from a company standpoint, whether it's contribution. So, for example, even with the Maharashtra government, because when you hear a name like GSK, they think we have hundreds of crores of rupees just lying next door. So the moment they call us, 100 crores will suddenly be transferred and we can adopt all of that. But the fact is that given you're a multinational company, you have to sign up for a host of regulations. We have to tie up that with our compliance and, ABAC policies. Global has to be approving it. Is that a matching grant? But for them in the pandemic, they want a swift, speedy response. So whether it's the Maharashtra Health State Minister or the Drug Controller General, actually making them understand that. And then also telling them that if I sign a contract with you, you are certain clauses, you need to report back to me in terms of utilization. Now, God help you, because if you get a utilization certificate from the government, that itself is a big task. So that we need to take certain provisions. So those are pieces that we managed. I think the intent was important. The intent was trying to tell them what are the pillars and how we can help you and what are our limitations. To my mind, that is something that works for us.
Right. No, thanks, Ransom. So, Sakina, coming to you, same question, right? What were these, the unforeseen challenges that you face, and how did the entire Philips team and you guys responded to it?
I think we were sailing in the same boat as Ransom said. It was no different for a lot of people. So a lot of people were like taken unawares in the first few months. We had to really find our feet on the ground and see how things would work. Supply chain definitely, as he shared already, that it was a big challenge because supply chain was impacted. We wanted to contribute our equipment to people, but because of the supply chain thing, a lot of things got impacted. We had to really look from an internal perspective, then go external, because it wasn't a challenge which is external. It was first a challenge that you have to deal with internally and looking at your welfare of your employees, health of your employees, your systems that all of a sudden have come to a halt. And then you started building on it. What is the best way to do it? I think we did it a little slightly less challenging for us because I think we had those systems in place, not because of a certain disaster or something, but because Philips operates in a more flexible way. For internal, it was easy because we have that flexible policy of working from home. We had it earlier also. So that kind of was a little smoother than I would say for a lot of other organizations. But the other challenge which came into fold internally was health and safety and also the mental health of everyone, not only our employees, but other stakeholders that we were working with every day in and out. So these challenges were definitely one that were first managed. And then we started looking at business challenges and also the challenge that we used to have under our social development setup. Lockdown obviously didn't help. Lockdown because it just happened suddenly, and all of a sudden we were not able to go to the communities, we were not able to go to the field, we were not able to do a lot of stuff that we could ideally have done if we had been prepared for it. But I think this first few months were a little difficult. Gradually, we started setting up systems, not only by doing an internal consultation, but we got other stakeholders on board. We got our partners on board. We got our consultants on board and started discussing with them. What are the things that we can do in the community level? What are the things that we can look at in the current scenario? Because we couldn't keep sitting and not doing anything about it. So what is the best way to operate in the field in the best possible way where everybody's health and safety is maintained, but also at the same time, we're able to function pretty much on the same levels that we used to do earlier. I think 2 months down the line, we were back on track. We knew that what we're going to do, business was taking care of itself. CSR was taking care of itself. We had partners on board who we were in touch with. Why? Because they were more closer to the community and they really knew about what is happening at the community level. So we used to get feedbacks from them. And then we revised the entire situation and plans and work plans. We went from on-site to virtual, not only from an awareness perspective, but training happened through virtual mediums. We had reviews happening through virtual mediums. We stopped doing on-site. We started going online. I think to the level that we also started actually conversing at certain levels with the frontline healthcare workers through virtual mediums. We set up IVR systems where we were able to reach out to people. So that everything got into the challenges were overcome over time. We still, I completely voice what Svetlana said, that it's an evolving situation. So I don't say that we have done wonders. I'm just saying that we're just evolving with what is happening and what is changing on scenario. We're changing things and doing it as per the requirement and need. So looking at the need is very important for us. If there is a need, we would definitely want to be a part of it. If there is no need, then we will also like to look at locations where we want to go and look at what we can do in whatever capacity that we have and to change that. So I think more on terms of awareness, more in terms of building sustainable and responsible solutions for a larger good. That's definitely what we are working on currently.
Great. So coming to you, Svetlana, like something which, even right now is mentioned by Sakina, looking forward, what will be your own approach, to invest in building resilience in your communities, against such future disasters, if they happen?
Arnav, thanks for asking that question. But let me share with you that to me, personally, I think resilience is a much overused word. And, it's something like people keep talking of the Mumbai spirit. Yeah, every time there's a disaster, they say, oh, the spirit of Mumbai. And it's almost like you're expecting some magic to happen and people to just bear it and, go on. Having said that, I think one thing that all of us must acknowledge is that the pandemic has definitely taught us, all of us, whether it's us as Novartis or any other organization or us as individuals, that there is much that can happen remotely. So, and of course, enabled by technology. And that is something that, it has perhaps changed the world forever. Whether we will go back to who or what we were before the pandemic hit, only time will tell. However, the pandemic has certainly given us the opportunity to examine what we did right, what worked well, what didn't work so well, where we failed, where we could have done things differently or better. And I think it is in some time that we will need to sit and look back at this, do some deep introspection, and then come up with solutions where we think that, which would perhaps, like you said, talk about resilience and where we could build resilience into the communities. Because we must remember that history is a great teacher, but we don't necessarily learn from history. Yeah, I mean, otherwise we as mankind wouldn't keep repeating the same mistakes we do. So hopefully we will, as a community, emerge richer and better through this pandemic. And I think for now, we should really follow what the authorities say, what the health authorities say, wash our hands, maintain social distancing, and go out only if you need to, and hope that we stay safe to face the future disasters.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But from your CSR investment perspective, do you see any change in your approach, or you think you'll, like you said, you'll continue to evolve and learn, and then come up with?
Honestly, I don't see a change in approach. Okay, because our CSR projects, I think we do CSR projects that are for the long term. The medium to long term. They're not short term projects. So if, for example, if I could share that we do work in the leprosy area, I mean, is that going to change because of the pandemic? Certainly not. Okay. And in fact, we are investing more in that area because we feel that, these are things that we would like to see. That disease made history. So we will continue our efforts in that area. To that extent, I don't see a change taking place in our CSR spends simply because of the pandemic. No, this year, of course, there has been, increased focus on addressing the pandemic, but I don't see that going forward into the future, for example. And I think that we will continue doing what we have been doing, and will it change? Only time will tell.
Fair. Coming back to you, Ransom, from what kind of, we spoke about the government's role and it being so important, right? So what kind of policy changes, or support from the government do you think will it be required, to increase the investment in the healthcare space, which is roughly at about 1.5, 1.6% of GDP, which, like you mentioned before, is also very low compared to other countries, including China. So, it would be great to hear your perspectives on this.
Yeah, so I think spend is just one indicator of healthcare. I mean, if you look at US, they spend close to 20%, 19-20 trillion dollars. Our economy is struggling at 2.6 and 3 trillion, depending on which data you take. And they spend 19 to 20 trillion dollars every year. And this year, of course, they've pumped in a huge amount of money, so that's going to go further. So I definitely don't see an immediate direct link with the spending. And if you look at whether the average life expectancy or the healthcare parameters in the US are the best in the world because they have the highest spend, the answer to that is no. So I think I would actually look for accountability, transparency, and efficiency, and that all of that can happen when you have a platform like digital. I mean, and that will come when you get a certain incentive and a reward. I think, look at it from me. Just last week I got a ticket because my driver was speeding the car. I had to pay 1,000 rupees. Now that is a demotivator for my driver when he hits the early C phase, not to hit the pedal. Because he knows that it will be deducted from his salary. So I think there should be these rewards and incentive mechanisms to make. And I think when it comes all together, when everything, so today, like I said, when I have a digital health card, which I am safe to kind of make sure that it's not being misused, I feel comfortable, as a tax-paying citizen. Now, of course, it means different things to different people. I think start with at least with this and show the proof of the pudding. But I definitely feel what COVID has taught us is a higher digital appetite. I mean, I for a month actually, almost 2 months, I didn't spend a single rupee. And when I went out and somebody asked me to spare, give money, I was all doing entire payment transactions was happening. It didn't mean that I did not spend any money. The entire payment was happening either through internet banking or through, a Paytm or any of the activities. So I think that, to my mind, so much so that even doctors today, the reticence that a doctor had to do a Zoom call. My mother is diabetic, and 10 days ago, I did a first Zoom call with my mom to make sure that the doctors, so there is going to be more and more of this. But I think still the capturing of that data, pooling together, having some kind of a code, you are seeing some bit of activity happening with the NMC. So, for example, there's a new National Medical Council that has got institutionalized, and therefore right from the curriculum pieces and also the cost. So if you look at the cost, they were paying a measly amount of 80,000 rupees. I think the cost of medical is actually gone up to 8 lakhs and 10 lakhs. Personally, I believe that's the right thing to do, because most of these people who study in these schools actually go and work in the US or some other country. So they are an affording population. But we need to find mechanisms to straddle both ends of the spectrum, the rural as well as the urban. But to my mind, the game changer is to leapfrog and do digital. And I think there are enormous possibilities when that. In fact, all my government interactions, I mean, until this date, I mean, I haven't seen, even we have a new pharma secretary who joined, even up until 3 days ago, she has interacted and is so willingly interacting with just 9-10 CEOs, right? Because they've introduced a PLI scheme. So they are more than willing today to make it as transparent and do this kind of a dialogue. So if the governments are willing to do that, I think the hospitals need to kind of create an infrastructure and see how we can pull it in. It will take time. I feel optimistic, but it requires a Nandan Nilekani to kind of be, for healthcare specifically, to come up and say, you know what, I'm going to do this for 1 billion plus people. When that happens, that to my mind will be a big game changer. Great. No, totally agree with you. I think, governments and everyone's really adopted digital and the virtual way of working. And we'll see to what we go back to, when in the new normal, which people keep on speaking about. So, we have I think last 5-10 minutes. So I just want to close out by asking, a rapid fire quick question. So the question will be what is your vision for a post-COVID-19 world? And it would be great if you can answer this question in just one sentence, and maybe we can start in the reverse alphabetical order. So Svetlana, then Sakina, and then Ransom.
I'd look for a more empathetic world.
Sakina. Well, I look for more digitally and technologically enabled world, because that's the need of the hour.
I would say the world of possibilities. To my mind, the world has so much enormous untapped possibilities. I mean, the fact is, the moment you realize that you can actually do a gene mapping, through CRISPR, you realize what is your disposition. So we ain't seen anything yet. With health tech just knocking at the door, the world is full of possibilities. Stay tuned for more.
Thanks so much. So what I'm hearing from you is optimism all around. Which is great, and empathy, digital, and a world full of possibilities, as we go forward. So thanks a lot, to all the panelists for taking out the time and for this very illuminating discussion. I just want to summarize, by outlining that, none of us can actually address the gaps, alone. We all mentioned that working closely with the government, with our partners, the NGOs, and the communities, are most critical. And we need to make sure that, everyone join hands to reimagine, healthcare and build performance oriented healthcare systems. At the Gates Foundation, we certainly believe, and I think all of your also partners in that are impatient optimists. And I certainly believe that every crisis, provides an opportunity. And I'm hopeful that, from an India perspective and at our country, we'll certainly lap up this opportunity, to further build upon the healthcare performance and, look at reimagining our healthcare systems, primarily to ensure that, the 4 A's, which the three of you mentioned, affordability, accessibility, availability, and accountability. So thanks a lot for everyone to join. Stay safe and take care.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Arnav.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Karma Summit India. My name is Tejashree, and I am a manager in the business consulting team at Goodera. I really want to thank you all for joining us today for the discussion on strategy for CSR continuity. This is really a great opportunity for everyone in the CSR ecosystem to understand ways of building strength and resilience in the CSR programs to ensure their continued impact. This is important, especially in today's pandemic hit world, where there are numerous challenges, the challenges ranging from those for human interactions, business operations, social development projects, their planning and execution as well. Today, we are extremely lucky to have a diverse panel of experts to address such an opportune and vast topic. We have these experts coming from corporate, NGO, and academic backgrounds with decades of experience in the social sector. Before we begin the actual discussion, I want to introduce all the panelists to the audience today. We have Mr. Pankaj Ballab. He is the Vice President CSR at Bajaj Auto and comes with 25 years of experience of working with grassroots development organizations and large MNCs, dealing with issues of development, sustainability, and corporate responsibility. Welcome, Pankaj. We also have Ms. Supriya Singh. She heads the CSR vertical at Tata Communications. She comes with over 16 years of experience in this space. Her work primarily focuses on creating large-scale sustainability programs through multi-stakeholder partnerships for societal transformation. She is the national coordinator and member of ESD Expert Net, a 4-country network supported by the German government. We are delighted to have you join us, Supriya.
Thanks, Tejashree.
We also have Shripad Desai. He is the MD and country director of America is India. He brings in 30 years of experience in India's healthcare and development sector. He oversees all the aspects of the organization's work in the country, including emergency response activities, access to medicine, and highly successful clinic to community programs for the urban poor in India. Very, very glad to have you with us, Shripad. Welcome.
Thank you, Tejashree.
We have Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan joining us today, and she is the Organizational Behavior and HRM professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. She is published researcher with her research interests being women on boards, business and human rights, and HRM in the rapid growth context. She runs a website as well called www.teachcsr.com, which is intended to enable faculty in business schools to mainstream teaching corporate responsibility. Vasanthi is currently on the board of directors of Enable India and Fourth Wave Foundation. Thank you for joining us, Vasanthi. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejashree. Thanks.
Okay, so coming to the session now. So COVID-19 shook the world in an unforeseen manner, and its impact was unprecedented since 1930s Great Depression. No one ever imagined the destruction of economies of more than 100 countries across the world that was caused by the pandemic. Every country tried to grapple with the pandemic by diverting funds, resources towards relief and rehabilitation activities. The corporate sector and the NGOs were some of the key contributors of these activities. This resulted in the CSR priorities being shuffled. Plans and strategies needed to be reconsidered. And if we have to do so effectively, establishing strong partnerships between the corporates and the NGOs is extremely crucial. In this session with the distinguished panelists today, we will discuss strategies based on their experience to reprioritize CSR goals, funds, and programs for continued impact despite the constraints imposed by such a pandemic. They will also ideate together on ways to build sustainable and impactful partnerships while effectively mitigating such risks. Let's start off this conversation by first understanding the magnitude of damage caused by COVID-19 to the CSR programs and initial response to that by the stakeholders. First question to you, Supriya. What kind of projects do you think were impacted the least and the most because of the pandemic?
So I'll start off by talking or giving a sense of, the CSR universe that Tata Communications has. So we work with about 16 partners and across 9 states in the country. And we primarily work in healthcare, education, and sustainable livelihoods. Now, if I have to answer this question, the easy answer would be that the projects that had a higher level of digitalization were the ones that were least impacted because they could still continue in the digital format and digital mode. But I think this is a much deeper question because of course, all projects were impacted. We were under a lockdown for about 3 to 4 months, and that was a strict lockdown. So any program that had that was at the grassroots that required people-to-people connect, and I'll be surprised if there's any CSR project that doesn't have that element. I think everything was impacted. But what we also need to reflect on is that more than the project at the grassroots, the working of the organization itself was impacted. The field staff that are not often spoken about, who actually implement these programs, could not travel. There was constraint on mobility. Not many organizations were prepared for a work for home situation. So while, when we talk about work for home for the corporate sector, it's essentially understood and it's widely practiced. But in my experience, I realized that some of our partners struggle a lot with this situation of having their staff overnight transform to us or, adapt to a work from home situation. So I think there are 2 parts to it: how organizations themselves were impacted, and then, of course, project on ground. But in terms of types, I would say I think most programs were severely impacted, especially school programs, I would say, because learning in a lot of ways has come to a standstill in the country. And for us, we saw it was slightly more easier to work in the rural areas, our programs that were there in the rural areas rather than the urban centers, because they were really the hotspots of the pandemic.
Right. I think I want to draw from that idea which Supriya mentioned, that the organizations on the ground got impacted severely. So Shripad, next question to you, since you're representing the NGO universe today for us. What are the top 3 areas of NGO operations you think got severely impacted because of COVID? And in which ways NGOs are responding to that situation?
Sure. That's a great question because like the entire world, of course, the world of NGOs also is impacted by COVID-19 situation. And I would say I would divide that impact one in immediate term, which is typically the 0 to 3 months, and then medium term, which